Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sprints. Margaret is out with some friends this morning, so she will be a little late to join, but she will be joining in probably maybe like half an hour to an hour. And we are, where's book? We are reading Catching Fire now, second book in the Hunger Games. I'm really excited for this. I think this is going to be a lot of fun to reread. This was my favorite book the first time that I read them, and I think I've reread them since, obviously, and it's held up really well. I feel like there's so much in this book, and it's just like really interesting to see the different nuances that she puts into it. So I'm really excited to jump into this one. I think it's gonna be fun. I didn't sleep super wonderfully last night, so I am a little bit tired. But it's okay. We're okay. Ooh. Hello, Stacy. Welcome. I'm still reading Bury Your Gaze. I'm about halfway through it. Nice. Love it. Sorry. I will get better as the day goes on. Usually when I first thing in the morning and for like a little bit in the morning, my cold is like pretty bad. And then by like afternoon, it starts to get better. And then right before I go to bed, it usually gets a little bit worse. So it sounds worse now. It will get better as the day goes on. And I am feeling like, okay, right? Like obviously I have a head cold. It's not fun, but I'm not dying. But yeah, I really enjoy the games in this one. I think that they're really interesting. I really like the different victors in here and getting to know the different districts a little bit better and things like, I think it's, I don't know, I just really love how this one is done. So I'm excited to jump back into this one. It should be a fairly about the same amount of time for reading as it was for the Hunger Games. And then I think Mockingjay is just a little bit longer, but still pretty close to those. Good morning. Welcome. Oh, look at the kitties. Oh, they're adorable. I love cats. Hi. What a perfect timing. I was very much need of some sprints. I'm not reading The Hunger Games When the Moon Hatched. Ooh, I hope you enjoy it. I read that one and quite enjoyed it, actually. You have to kind of not dig too deep, but just enjoy. Read the story. I thought it was fun. I thought it was a good time. So I hope you enjoy it too. I'm excited for Catching Fire. Dude, me too. I'm really hoping that this remains my favorite. I love it. I remember when I reread Catching Fire being very surprised by how much I didn't remember. I remember the actual games taking up more of the book than it does. Yeah, I feel like that happened to me when I reread it too, because we don't even get to the games until over halfway through, if I'm not mistaken. There is a huge chunk before the games, before we even get in there. So yeah, I think that happened to me on my reread too, because I was like, why? We're already halfway through. Let me see. Ish. Yeah, I mean, I'm already it's well over halfway through when you get in there, which is crazy. Amazon has delayed my pre-order until the 24th first. So I was very worried that this would happen if I pre-ordered on Amazon. So I pre-ordered from my bookstore to pick it up in person because I want to do the read along on that day, right? Yeah, I want it. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I need my coffee. It's fine. I got this. Yeah, so I wanted to be able to do the read along on that day, right? I already put it into the thing. So I pre-ordered it in person at my bookstore to go pick up in person. So I'm going to be able to go pick it up on the day of release. And I'm going to do it pretty much when the bookstore opens, just to make sure. P.S. I'm in the UK new book. Oh, I am so sorry. That sucks. I think you and Eric here before. I think I don't remember you having cats when we were there. So I'm pretty sure that you, that they weren't there. So yeah, I honestly love cats. Anyone who's been on sprints very much knows I'm obsessed. Anytime someone has a cat in their picture, I'm very into that. So yeah, I love them. I think they're adorable. We aren't allowed to have cats where I live though. So I need to just enjoy other people's little fur babies. I've had multiple pre-orders canceled by Amazon on the day of release, so I'm only pre-order by my local bookstore nowadays. I actually have never had that happen, but I rarely pre-order. I feel like if I pre-order, I almost always do it through my bookstore just because I don't want to deal with that, right? I've heard too many stories like yours of people who they get completely canceled or they get delayed like weeks or something like that. So I'm like, if I want the book that bad, I'm just going to do it through the bookstore. But I totally get if you can't. Like Simone was saying, like, if no bookstores nearby have it, like, what are you supposed to do, right? I'm sorry. I'm number one. That is impressive. I want to see how many people are on the hold list for my Libby because I'm telling you, it's like a lot. Go away. Sunrise is on the Reaping, number one. Yeah. Let me see how many people for the ebook. 261 people are waiting for the ebook, and 326 people are waiting for the audiobook. So it's going to be months of a wait for my library. So I just pre-ordered. I'm good. We're going that route. Parents are visiting the city the day of the resale. Hopefully they can get a copy from Waterstones. Fingers crossed. Ooh, you should. You really should like beg them to get you one because I'm so excited. Like I am so excited for this release. I think it's going to be so good. I feel like Suzanne Collins just doesn't miss for me. So I just have such high hopes. Really just like I have so much trust in her. Plus, I've been really looking forward to Hamish's Games book. Like, I didn't know if we'd ever get one, but I really wanted one. So I'm really excited that we're going to be able to get one. Okay. Ooh, whoops. Oh, yes. The exclusive. I got the exclusive edition from Barnes & Noble too. Ours isn't as cool as your guys's, honestly. I feel like Waterstones always gets better editions than Barnes & Noble. It's not fair. My Libby won't even let me put it on hold until they actually have it. Oh, that's actually surprising. Ours is already on hold by a ton of people. I feel like there would be even more people in the line if people really thought about it, right? Like I kind of want to go look on release date and see how many more are on hold after that. Okay, let us start reading. Oh, I got to edit this. Pop that back up. We're reading until 50. I'm going to go make coffee and a piece of toast and I will be back. Hello.
Hello.
I looked up and noticed that you were like on the bottom, and so I was like, oh, I should add her.
I know, because I thought about I was like rushing to come in, and I was like, wait, she's gonna be reading till 11:50 anyways.
Yeah.
So I was like, do I just not join till 11:50? And I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
If
And
she
I
doesn't
looked
love
up
you,
and you were already reading, so I was like, just clicked you on.
no, it was totally fine. And I read a bit
Awesome.
before, so I'm 100 pages in.
You're always ahead of me. I'm on 88.
Okay, that's okay. But we're decent because I read because I knew I was gonna be a little late. I like read before. Oh no, am I glitchy again? Oh no.
Yeah, it's okay. Is your internet
Shoot,
just
I'm
like a little bit
glitchy.
slow sometimes? Mine does that sometimes too.
My internet's really bad.
Yeah, I feel like mine is like hit or miss. Like most days it's fine, but then every once in a while I'll have a day where
Not
it's just
usually
glitchy
this
and I don't know
bad
why.
though.
Yeah. Strange. How was coffee with your friends?
It was good. It was very fun. It was nice to see them.
Good.
We just went to like a local coffee shop, got fully caffeinated. It was really nice. We do it every Saturday, so it's like a little ritual. Very fun.
That's fun. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. We call ourselves the coffee club.
The coffee club. Well, I mean, it's very fitting.
Yeah. I know. Very original.
My husband went and got me some. My favorite is peppermint mochas. Like, I'm obsessed.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those year round.
See, you can't at all locations, but some locations you can. I know.
Nice.
The one that works.
Nice.
So I work at a children's hospital, but there's an adult hospital that's like connected to us by a bridge. And so we can like walk over that bridge and there's a Starbucks over there, which, fun fact, is the busiest Starbucks in the state of Utah. But you can walk over there and they have peppermint mochas year round. So I love it.
Nice.
So
That's
good.
really nice.
Our hospital's coffee is horrible. It's so disgusting. I almost feel like they do it on purpose so we go to Starbucks. No, I don't think they do, but like it is so bad. And I'm not really that picky about coffee, but it is just not good. I don't know what they do to it down there. It is kind of funny to like notice what positions you freeze in. I don't know if you can see, but it's really funny.
I know, my God. No, I can't, because it looks like you freeze. It feels like it's worse over here. So during the sprint, I'll move back because this feels worse than it was yesterday.
I wonder why. I don't think it's me. We should ask people in the comments, do you see me freezing or do you see Margaret freezing? Because if it's me, I can probably plug into like Ethernet and fix that. So I don't know. Maybe it is me. Because if you're seeing me freezing and I'm seeing you freezing. I'm really looking forward to it, but also nervous. I DNF Songbirds and Snakes. Oh, no, Stacy. How could you DNF it? Okay, sounds good. So it's like I don't mind plugging in. You're like, fine. Oh, thank you. Well, hey, I have to go get ready for Spanish class. We'll try and catch another one later. Talk to you. Okay, bye, Kendra. Nice to see you. She's actually someone I knew from Montana when I lived up there. I read 46 pages of When the Moon Hatched. Nice. Let me know how you're liking it. I feel like that one for a while was like so beloved. Everyone was like absolutely loving it. And then it became like, oh, it's not really that good. Like all these people were like not liking it. And I'm like, I don't know why it does this with popular books. I feel like everyone's loving it. And then like everyone is like, it's so bad. How are you guys loving it? I'm like, how does this happen with popular books all the time?
I have no idea. It does feel very divisive.
It does. Did you read When the Moon Hatched?
No.
I actually quite liked it. I feel like, and this is not like, I like romantasy. I feel like I have to like preface this, be like, I like romantasy. It's a fun genre. I feel like when I read romantasy, I often need to just like not I have to not dig too much into like the world building and like some of the like plot stuff, because that's often not as well done in the romantasy books as in the books that are very focused on the fantasy and not on the romance.
Yeah.
And if I just kind of like read them and like this is for the fun, then I can enjoy them.
Yeah. I feel like I can't turn that side of my brain off.
I can sometimes, not always. Like with Fourth Wing, I could not.
Yeah.
I couldn't. It was so painful. It was so painful. I like, for some reason, that one, it didn't work. Like I tried and I was just like, wait, what? What? Like,
Why do I hate
did you read it?
I did. Yeah. Honestly, I had a fun time. I gave it like 3 stars. I was like, oh, this is fine.
What did you think of the final battle scene?
I feel like I don't even remember it. I remember the character dying. I thought it was fine. Like I didn't find it very impactful. Like I wasn't invested in the characters. I didn't care when that character died.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like,
I thought that the battle was so bad, like just so poorly written. I was
really?
like, what
I didn't
are
notice.
you? And it made no sense. Like
Really?
I literally reread it because I was like, wait, what? And so I was like, no, is this just me? Am I not? No, I reread it. I was like, no, this is actually very poorly written and
Oh my
makes
God.
absolutely no sense.
Now I feel like I need to reread it. That part only, not the whole
Yeah,
thing.
I was like, what is going? Because like I feel like that's a huge part of writing fantasy is being able to write battle or fight scenes, because it's almost like if you're going to write that type of fantasy, right?
Yeah.
And like you don't have to be good at it, but like you have to make sure it makes sense for like what's happening. But like it, I was like, that needed some major editing and it didn't get it. But again, like that's not what most people were reading that book for. Most people didn't care about that type of thing. So that's why I'm like, they probably didn't edit that part as much because like it's fine. Like again, that's not what people are reading it for. So it doesn't matter if that's well done.
Yeah.
I might try again someday. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mood for it. It just seems so much more brutal and terrible than the original trilogy. It was just depressing me. That is fair, actually. If that is your complaint, maybe don't try again, because that is a very valid and true. So
I'm actually excited for it for that reason.
I know. Yeah, like if that's the part that you don't like about it, don't try to read it again, because that's not going to get better.
I feel like Hamish's is going to be dark too.
Oh, darker. I feel like Hamish's is going to be darker, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like she's just like going darker and darker and darker. Like,
and,
I almost feel like Hamish's won't be YA.
I agree. I was literally thinking the same last night.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm interested to see if they shelve it. I bet they will, because the rest of them are shelved in YA.
But I bet they will. Yeah.
Because remember when ACOTAR was coming out, and by the second book, it wasn't YA anymore, but they continued to shelve it in YA.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, no. I mean, even the first one, I don't think was YA, in my opinion. But like the borderlineness of it, you could see.
Could go either way. Yeah.
Yeah. But by the second one, you're like, absolutely not. And they still shelved it in YA until they did the cover redo, and then they moved it over to adult.
Well, same with Mistborn. They originally shelved as YA forever. And sometimes I still see it in YA.
I have
people fighting in the comments all the time over that. And I'm like, it is not YA. It was a marketing strategy.
Right. It was a marketing strategy. And the thing is, for my bookstore, the interesting thing is they shelved one set of covers. Like,
yeah, the one with Vince. Yeah.
Like the one with Vin, the purple looking one.
Yeah.
And obviously, like now these ones.
Yeah.
In the adult. But then the ones that like the like almost mass market paperback looking ones with like the actual like window and then like the well, those were shelved in the YA section.
So weird.
Like, it was so weird, but I agree, it's marketing strategy. So you can appeal to different audiences, and it works, because I work at a children's hospital, like I said, and I work in the NICU and in pediatric oncology. And so I was in the oncology department and went into a room, and the kid was like 11, I think. And he was reading Mistborn. I was like, oh, hey, what do you think of this book? He's like, it is my favorite book. I absolutely love the Mistborn series. It's my favorite series. So I'm like, it worked, right?
Can go either way. Okay. Fine.
That was so cute. And so I was telling him, I was like, I've met that author. He's like, oh, you know, like all excited and stuff. Like it
Oh,
was
that's
so
awesome.
adorable. And it was like a really fun time. But I was like, I see it because like when I was in elementary school, I was reading Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, no,
And
true. Wouldn't consider, well, yeah. Well, Hobbit's technically a children's book.
right. I mean, The Hobbit, yeah, it is technically middle grade, but I don't like, unless you're a reader, it's not middle grade.
Yeah.
Right. Like
I would
if you're a
agree.
reader in elementary school, it's fine. If you're not, it's absolutely not.
Yeah, you will not enjoy that.
No, no. I always have to wait until the hype dies to read a book. Otherwise, I usually hate it. See, that's fair. And I think that's, I think that for me, it's almost the opposite where like, if there's so much hype, I want to read it. I want to love it so much because I love loving books that other people love.
Yeah. I always feel left out of the romantic hype books.
Me too,
And I
because
always try them and I always dislike them.
what has been one that you've loved?
Over romantasy?
Yeah.
I don't think any.
I feel like we have similar tastes.
Yeah, is there any that you really enjoy? Like I've enjoyed, I think, like fantasy world. Like I don't know where the difference is. Like I liked Emily Wilde's, but I wouldn't say that's like
Right.
Van Row to the same degree. I enjoyed. I feel like I read one recently. I don't know. Like it just doesn't. I mean, I always enjoy them or I'll enjoy them for like a little bit. Like Daughter of No Worlds, I thought was okay.
Dude, that was what I was gonna say. I actually really enjoyed Daughter of No Worlds.
I know people tell me that one all the time. I wonder about retrying it, to be honest. The one there was Helen Schaefer. I read one of hers. I thought it was okay. Blood and Steel.
I read Daughter of No Worlds like on vacation part of it, and I think it was like a really good timing for me.
Right time. Yeah, fair.
Yeah. But I really enjoyed Daughter of No Worlds.
Maybe I should try it again. I remember feeling it was like.
Did you read the whole trilogy or just the first one?
No, just the first book.
Me too.
Oh, you haven't read the whole? You haven't continued?
Not yet. Because this one I don't want to listen to on audiobook at all because the audiobook narrator does a weird thing with the main character where I know the main character has an accent, but when she's talking, she has an accent, but then when you hear her dialogue in her head, she speaks the same accent as the other people, right? And so it really throws me off, and I strongly
that's kind of confusing.
Yeah, because like I get it, right? In your head, you're not going to have an accent because it's yourself, but you won't sound the same as the other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's just like I don't know. It was something that I just could not.
I found that with Mask of Mirrors.
You what?
Fair.
Yeah,
I found that with Mask of Mirrors. If I listened to that audiobook and it was all over the place.
Interesting. Okay, maybe I'll try to physically read that one instead then.
Yeah,
I hate that.
Physically reading was better.
Okay. I'm reading The Will of the Many. Oh, I have that one and really want to get it. I haven't read Songbirds and Snakes yet and may have to join the reading tomorrow. You should, because Margaret's going to be reading it for the first time and I honestly cannot wait. I cannot wait for you to read this for the first time, like on lives with us. This is so exciting. It's fine so far. I'm just under halfway through it, and I would like to have more world building with a female main character, but a lot of exhausting personality. But I love the lore with the dragons and the moons. Yeah. Yes. I do agree. I feel like almost all the female main characters in fantasy romance I have a little bit of an issue with because they do have those same personalities almost all the time. I'm just like, I could do without that. I'm currently in the last stretches of The Mad Ship. Ooh, that is such a good book. But it seems you read Catching Fire makes me want to read Hunger Games as much. You should. Hunger Games, reread it. The new book's coming out. I liked peer pressure. I'm fine with peer pressuring. You should read them with us. I didn't even get to the games. I got to the part where they show the treatment of the kids, and I couldn't read anymore. But I love Haymitch, so I think it'll be different, even if it's similar. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. I didn't really care about Snow's backstory, so it didn't make me want to push through. That's fair. Honestly, I feel like if you did not enjoy that, don't push through with it. It doesn't get better. Like it's a pretty brutal story overall. Like which makes sense, right? But yeah, I think you'll like it a lot, Margaret. I really think you will. If you don't, like,
I'm
I'm
so
gonna feel
excited.
so bad.
No, I feel like everything that people have said about it, even if they didn't like it, has made me be like, okay, this is gonna be for me.
I really
Oh, my
think so. Like I don't know your taste 100% perfectly, but I just feel like it's something you'll really enjoy. Like you like
I
those
think
like complicated characters that you don't have to
so.
love.
Mhm. Yeah,
You can just be
100%.
fascinated by them.
100%.
Okay, let's jump back in. Let's get some more reading in. Read till 50. I'll see if I'm not going to catch up. You're going to finish before me, but we'll be fine. We're good.
Perfect timing.
What part are you
Just
at?
got to page 173, and they just learned about the freaking quarter Cal.
No. Okay, I am on page 166, and she's just prepping for her wedding dress photo shoot thing.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. It's crazy because this isn't I would have felt like that would have been where they go to part 2. But it was another bomb that dropped right before part 2.
That is interesting that
the others are rebelling.
Yeah, they did it way early, and it's called, like, part 2 is called The Quell, but it's way earlier.
It's the Mockingjay. It's when she meets Twill and Bonnie. Okay, fair. So like this whole thing is basically her realizing that she's a symbol to this rebellion.
But it's interesting that it's called The Quell and jumps at that point. You'd think it would be called The Quell and jumps at the point where you learn about the Quell.
Yeah, because I feel like now the next jump probably won't be till we're like in the games.
Like the games. Yeah.
I couldn't remember. Like I was mixing up the timeline. I'm like blurring in my brain books 2 and 3.
Oh.
I think.
I honestly, like, it's kind of crazy to be reading this now with like more of like an adult perspective. Like I knew I was an adult before when I read it, right? But I wasn't really on social media much. I didn't really know a whole ton of what was like about world and politics and that type of stuff, right? Like I was fairly fresh out of high school. And so like I was a little sheltered girl from Montana, right? But it's crazy to read some of these things and like really see the parallels in our world. Like the part that really struck me was when they're at the party and they're eating and stuff. And she's like, oh, I'm so full. And they're like, oh, well, just go make yourself puke so you can eat more. We all do it. We've done it like 5 times already. I'm just like, it just, it hurts, right? You're like, oh my gosh. But you're like, we do the same thing. Like restaurants have so much food that they throw it out and they don't give it to people to eat, even though there's like literally people starving.
Yeah. People will order the whole menu to like taste test. I've seen people do that. And then they throw out the rest of it. Like it's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just insane. Like insane the waste that we have. And it's kind of crazy when people make up these excuses like, oh, we only have a finite amount of resources. I'm like, we have so much. Like we have so much and we waste so much when there are people who have like nothing and are literally starving to death.
I know. I remember like when the last Met Gala happened and did you see those videos on your timeline where they did the Hunger Games theme and it felt so poignant because of the like exaggerate outfits and stuff. It felt so capital. That was,
but it's
crazy,
so accurate.
That parallel, 100%.
Right. Like the parallel is so accurate.
I know.
Like they didn't even have to like change anything. It was literally,
I know. It was just exactly what was happening. And I think that honestly, I think that's part of why we kind of talked about it yesterday, why Hunger Games has had this resurgence. I think that's part of it. Like people seeing this parallel is why it's like had this second life. Also, I made a note. We had a reference to another character that was in the games with Hamish.
Oh, is it Madge's
one of her mother's friends?
Oh, one of her mother's friends. Just kidding.
Yeah. Her own mother, it looks like. Yeah. I had a friend who went there that year. Says my mother, Maisie Donner. So I think Maisie is for sure going to be in the book.
Yeah. Isn't that Madge's aunt? Am I wrong here?
Oh, could be. I'm only.
That's where she gets the pin from, right? The Mockingjay pin.
Is the pin from her? Oh my god, that's going to be such a good moment if her aunt's wearing it.
I think it is, right? Because when Katniss tries to give the pin back to Madge is like, no, like this is yours, and she's like, it was my aunt's pin.
Right. Okay, I missed that. Oh my god, I'm so all of this is just getting me so hyped for Hamish's this whole thing.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait because I feel like Hamish is like so different now than he was before. Like obviously I have nothing to back this up, but I feel like he was such a different person before this.
Yeah. Well, they made reference to it. I think it was last night when we were reading about how they like someone commented on the fact that Hamish has had to watch 50 kids die. Like that is. And I think someone said it in the comments as well last night, but then someone in the book commented on how he didn't used to be like this. Like he's watched 48 children die. Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy because he kind of references it when he's talking to Peeta and Katniss, when Peeta's like, "You didn't send me anything until Katniss
Yes.
got with me, right? Like, obviously
Yes.
you chose her." And he's like, "I'm
You
not
had to
mad at
pick.
you for it because I chose her too, but you chose her." And Katniss is like,
Yeah.
"What are you talking about? No, you didn't." And Haymitch is
Yeah.
like, "Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
And it makes you think like every year he probably
You
has
had
to
to
choose
pick.
one.
Oh
Every
my
year
God.
he has to
Yeah.
choose one. And
Yeah.
so, like, how traumatized, and it's
No.
all on him because, like, I think, don't they say that every other district has more than one, and this is the only district that has
Yeah.
one?
Yeah. I think literally the only district.
Yeah, he's the
Some
only
don't
one
have,
that's on his
most
own.
don't have many, but I think
Right.
they have referenced, you're right, that Hamish is the only one on his own.
Which makes sense because every single district has 2 people for the quarter quell.
Yeah.
So
True.
everyone
Yeah.
has to have more than one,
Yes,
except
that's a very
Haymitch.
good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's they only have 2 because of Katniss and Peeta.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just gonna say something else. Oh, and I feel like this is probably the easiest year he's had to pick because he referenced how like Peeta also, like, it was an easy choice because Peeta also was gonna like sacrifice himself for Katniss, but oh my God, it's so
But, like,
good.
how ca and it's kind of crazy though because you, like, I almost guarantee you that if Haymitch had to choose, he would have picked Peeta because they've talked about it, like, I don't know if they've talked about it
Mhm.
already or if they talk about it later, where they're like, "No decent person ever wins the Hunger Games except Peeta, and he would not have won if it hadn't been 2 winners." They're like,
Yeah,
"No good person has ever
I
won
totally agree.
except Peeta, and his was a complete fluke accident." Yeah,
Yes. Yes. No,
which
I
is
totally
crazy,
agree. I
and
think by like personality he would.
yeah, exactly, like, I think he would have chosen Peeta because he's like, he's actually a good person, but that's probably why he doesn't
Yeah.
ever pick the decent person, is because he's like, "They never win." Like, you
Yeah.
can't be a decent person,
He has
win,
to pick the
and maybe as
asshole.
a decent person, you don't want to win, you know, like, you won't come
Yeah.
out of it the same, but he only did because
Mhm.
he did it for Katniss. Oh,
Yes. Yes. Oh my God, so good. Okay, so book last night I was thinking, I was like, book first read of Hunger Games, I gave it 5 stars. Reread the second, I read it, so it's been so long since I've reread it, but I think that that first game was like more of a 4 stars. I was like, this staged my life. I think Catching Fire is going to be a 5 stars again.
yeah, I think so too.
That's my
Honestly,
theory.
I still think the first one's gonna get 5 stars, partly because of nostalgia, but also partly because of
Mhm.
how like, it's almost like it's blatant and subtle at the same time what she's doing, because,
Yeah.
like, it feels so in your face, but then you see other people, like, not getting it. You know, so,
Yes.
like, it is subtle, and it's, like, kind of impressive how she does that, and she does it, like, at such a basic level, right? Like,
Yeah.
anyone
Walks
can
that
read
line.
these books. You can read these books when you're, like, at a, like, 2nd
Mhm.
or 3rd grade reading level. They're so simple, but that, like, they're so
Yeah.
impactful, and I just think that that's really impressive to be able to do that as an author.
Agreed. I totally agree. There's like so many
Yeah.
different, you can read to so many different layers of it. Them going to District 11 though had me weepy again.
Oh my gosh, me too, I cried.
It's so good. Oh yeah,
When
like that
she's like
moment, and then they do it so well in the movie as well. So good.
when she's like, "And thank you for the bread." I was like, "Ah!"
Thank you for your children. Thank you. So good.
It was so sad.
So
And
obsessed.
the interesting thing is though, like, he really only sent Katniss 1 gift before she got with Peeta, and that was the burning
Before.
medicine, because the other one
Agreed.
wasn't her gift. It was for Rue, and then they sent it to her in her place. Right, that's what Katniss said, is like, "This must have been meant for Rue."
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. Super froze there.
You're okay.
But yes, I agree. It wasn't for Rue. It was because of Rue from District 11.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So technically, he really only sent her 1 gift before that.
Yes.
So, okay. Let's go through our comments because we've just been, like, chatting. Hello, I'm here.
Sorry.
Hey, welcome. I was up until 5 AM. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I make terrible
Oh
choices
my
too all
God.
the time. 48 pages of When the Moon Hatched. Nice. I hope you're still enjoying. That's what happened when I reread the trilogy. Things that happened in book 2, I thought I remembered happening in book 3. Honestly, same the first time I reread it. Like, I totally get that. I'm 200 pages in. I was very surprised by the 12 rules. Ooh. I honestly think that was a good. I don't know how I feel about that choice because obviously we're all in agreement. Yeah, that's different in the movie. She gets it at the Hob. Yeah, that's true. So I don't know how they'll do it in the movies if they try to make this connection. Do you think there'll be a reference to Lucy in the new book? I think so. Probably just tangentially though, because she was the only other victor from District 12. So they'll probably. I'm gonna skip that because you haven't read that yet.
Was it a spoiler?
Yes. I just made a realization about something for Hamish that I won't say because Margaret hasn't read Ballad or Songbirds the Snake yet. Yes, we have to wait until tomorrow. I'll probably have it before I realize. Oh my gosh. I know. I've had to stop myself from a couple spoilers too, just because I'm like, wait a second, she hasn't read that one. It's so good though. It's so good. Oh. Yeah. I was going to say something, but I totally forgot. Oh well. She hasn't read Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes yet. I'm excited too.
Me too, honestly. Sorry, I was looking at my Ethernet. I'm so excited. I feel like this has gotten like me so excited to read new stuff. So like both Songbirds and Hamish.
Honestly, I can't wait for you to read Songbirds. I just want to watch you read.
I know. I almost want to skip Mockingjay.
I know. I just want to see what you think.
I'm gonna like speed through Mockingjay.
I know.
Well, I guess it's tomorrow, anyways. Either way.
Yeah. Either way. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so good. When are you gonna read the new one?
I don't know. I'm gonna go to the like release on the Monday night at I think at 11ish. So I'll probably start Tuesday. Actually, you know, I have a pretty heavy work week, unfortunately. And so I will read it probably like just kind of casually in the evenings throughout the week. But then I'm going to this spa weekend with my friends next weekend where you basically just read while you're there. And
gosh.
I just realized that just clicked. That could be my book for that. So I'll probably binge it. I'll have it finished next weekend for sure.
You have to send me updates while you're reading it because I'm going to binge it on Tuesday.
I will. Oh my God, I will. Yeah, I'll probably watch your sprints for sure. And I feel like I'll read it. I'll start it Tuesday.
Yeah.
In some capacity, but I won't be able to read as much as I want.
I almost never read books on release day, so I'm actually really excited for this. I feel like I read, well, this was kind of accidental, but I read the last Skyward book on release day. Yeah.
I still haven't read that.
I
need to.
It's good. I mean, like, I like the series, but it's not my favorite Sanderson, so I'm just like,
yeah. It's been like,
I read, obviously, the Harry Potter books. I read those on release day.
Yeah.
But
I think I only read 6 and 7 on release day because I wasn't reading them like in time for the other ones.
I started reading them in first grade. So whatever was out at that time for me. Let me see.
That's crazy. I think they started coming out in 2001, I want to say.
Let me see how. Oh, no. It was way before that.
Was it?
It was like 96, maybe.
Oh my God. Okay.
Release date for Harry Potter 1. Book, not movie. The first book was released in 97. Oh my gosh. So I started reading it, or it's September 1st, 1998. Yeah. I started reading it as soon as the first one was released then.
I think I was into, yeah.
Because I was in first grade.
Okay.
Yeah. That would have been when the first one was released.
That's nuts. I was in first grade in 2001.
Look at you.
Ages, which is so easy to remember. Nice.
Yeah. Because I was born in 91. So in first grade, yeah. 'Cause I remember getting the first book. Did you ever have the, like, Scholastic book fair, like, the
Yeah,
little
love.
packet that they'd send home and you'd, like, go through it and you could, like,
Obsessed.
order books? I got it from that one because I remember it was on, like, the back page of it. It was on the final page of it, like, because I feel like, the big books, they would be on the front page and the back page, right? And then the back page was, like, where you fill it out, and I remember it being on the back page, and I got it from that
Oh, that's so
in
cool.
1st grade.
Oh my god, who knew at the time what it would become?
That's insane that that's like, I literally remember how I got the first
Yeah,
Harry Potter book.
that is crazy.
That was I'm British, so Harry Potter is in the blood. That is fair. Like,
Fair.
I yes. I actually found a first edition of the Harry Potter when I was in Thailand, and I bought it.
Oh my god, amazing.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was in, like, a little used bookstore that was, like, next to this little creek, like, canal thing. Over the first trilogy, right after book 3 release, and I have watched Hamish's stories, have wanted Hamish's story. Oh, everyone I feel like everyone's been clamoring for Hamish's story, like, she almost couldn't not release it.
Mhm.
Ooh, so she says that, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is her favorite after Catching Fire. Woo!
Ooh.
Binge it with me. I'm excited. Okay, gotta get back to reading. Sorry, I let that get out of hand, but we will be back at 50. Hello.
Hello.
What part are you at?
Oh, they're 2:47. It's them having their like night together before it all kind of starts. They're on the roof. So in
I'm at
love.
2:38.
Oh my God.
She
It's so
just
hard.
hung Seneca Crane.
Yeah, and so he painted Rue.
Rue in a field of wildflowers.
Oh, and you were totally right about Mage's being Mage's aunt.
Yeah, okay. I thought I remembered that.
Was like, do I skip this part? Because they basically went over what is going to be covered in the book. So I was like, do I want to be surprised a little bit? Because I totally forgot they went into such detail about his games.
Did you skip it?
I couldn't. No.
I know. Part of me wishes that we didn't know.
I know.
That's why
But,
I
like, you
think
knew
we
she was going to die, obviously. So
I know. I couldn't remember how she died. I actually thought she got killed. I mean, she did get killed, but like by a person.
Yeah, me too. I assumed.
Yeah. Ooh. I also want to try to binge Sunrise on Tuesday, but we'll see if my copy gets delivered. It's like 7:30 p.m. That may not happen. I hope so. I honestly I get it. Release days are hard. I didn't read anything. I had to hop into the store real quick for a few things. It'll be so interesting to see Haymitch prior to his alcohol problems and whether there was any signs of it back then. Yeah. I do like the little bit of an insight we get on his personality here. Like, it's so small and so minimal, right? But like, he seems like cocky and like already kind of has a little bit of that chip on his but yeah. He's got that like chip attitude going on.
100%.
Yeah. I like your flowers.
Oh, thank you.
They're pretty.
Thank you very much. Andrew got those for me yesterday.
Oh,
just because, I guess.
Yeah. Because you're awesome in
weeks. Oh my God, thank you.
Oh, I love it. They're so pretty.
Thank you. So I think my internet's crapping out because my data usage, I was looking into it on that Sprint, and so my data usage has exceeded. I don't even know what that means.
Your data usage on your internet? Do we even
it's like so apparently. So I'm at 791 megabytes on Chrome specifically, which is what I'm doing the sprints on. And it says I've entered and I'm like, what? Why is there a limit? I'm confused. Like, I'm on Wi-Fi and Ethernet. I know. I've never used this much. Pardon?
I just asked Eric, my husband, if we have that, and we don't.
Okay, yeah, I've literally never even looked into it, but it's because it's around the network thing. So I was trying to see if I could flip it somehow. But I wonder if I think that might be what's slowing it down.
Maybe it's not as bad now. It was bad at the beginning, but now it's like I think you've only frozen like twice in the last couple times that we've chatted. So
okay, good. Yeah, I moved. I think over there. Maybe my Wi-Fi was worse, but it's the Ethernet. I don't know. I don't understand how these things work.
I know that being plugged into Ethernet is supposed to be like considered more stable, but other than that, I really don't know much about it.
I know. Same.
Like it just exists and works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably depends on like what plan you bought.
I have no idea.
Kind of like with phones, I would assume.
Yeah.
ISPs have data limits. Things I learned recently.
What's an ISP?
Find this out when it affects them.
I know.
I'm looking forward to comparing what's mentioned in Catching Fire to the actual games.
I think specifically when she commented on how he didn't even look back at her, I think we're going to experience that moment of him of them splitting and him not turning around and like the inner turmoil that he's going through in that moment. I know for sure that will be a moment.
I bet there's going to be that moment when like the axe has been thrown and he's like in his head, like, is it going to come back? Like, did they change something? Like, did they figure out what I was planning and they changed it? Like, is she going to get to me before 100%. The axe comes back?
100%.
Because it sounds like they were both pretty beat up.
Yeah, it did. 100%. His entrails. So it sounds like it would be pretty gory.
It looks sounds like her eye was like
gushing.
Gone. Yeah, because like, there are some things that happen in between, and I feel like
Mhm.
there's maybe a lot more at the beginning. Because like, how was he not distracted by the stuff? Because it makes it very clear that he was pretty much the only one who had, like, any wits about him at the beginning.
Right, true.
Yeah, which
I
is
think we'll
kinda
get a lot
crazy.
of the games. It's gonna be so good.
That would be interesting. She's never done multi-POV before in her books. So I would be intrigued if
Mm.
she did in this one. Like, who else would she have be a POV? Because we mm, never mind. I don't have a limit for her talking people talking about how they were almost out of their high-speed internet and only had, like, 50 gigs or something.
Oh, that could be it. Maybe I've exceeded the high speed.
Maybe.
I've never used this. I've never sprinted for this long before, like between the last night and today.
I
So that
know.
could be.
I've done pretty long sprints when I've done, like, readathons, but this is probably the longest I'm gonna do, like, a continuous sprint today because
Yeah.
it's gonna be, like, 10 hours probably,
Yeah.
which is insanely long. Uh, it would be an interesting take on the games if we got, like, one POV inside and one POV outside the games, but I just don't know who we would have outside of the games, you
Yeah, I
know?
feel like the only other POV could be whatever Macy or whatever.
Right, Maisley? Is that
Maisley,
how
but it would be in
Maise
games. Yeah.
yeah. That'd be kind of interesting to have a POV of someone who died in the games.
I know. And like experience that moment, what they were thinking.
Who's
Oh,
Hades? I don't even know
what do you
who
mean?
that is. Or we could get like a I wonder who
Oh, who's
Hamish's
Hamish's
mentor
mentor
was.
was?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he's the first. Oh no, they referenced that someone else had
Second.
won in District 12. I feel like
Yeah.
they referenced, yeah.
Yeah.
They were not
I think
alive
it'd be
anymore.
interesting to have someone like outside of the games, maybe like back home in District 12, like maybe Hamish's
Watching it.
family
Mm,
or like a girlfriend or something. I don't know. That'd be interesting. I don't know. I almost feel like they have to have it inside the games though, or someone who's super, super involved, right?
yeah, I agree. And I think that's like she's probably going to stick to that structure.
I just otherwise she wouldn't really want to focus on the actual games,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it's got to be someone who's like really involved in everything throughout the entirety of it. And I just don't know who else would be besides Hamish, you know?
Yeah, I feel like they're not going to introduce a random.
Yeah. And I
That's
doubt
not
she'll do because
typically
like
happen.
Snow's perspective might be interesting, but I doubt she'll do Snow's perspective again.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Hmm.
There are so many character stories that would make great books. Like honestly, Phoenix would be
Yes, I
super
figure we'll get one.
Phoenix would be amazing, especially like his love story with Annie, right? Like, oh my gosh. Like who else would be I think it'd be interesting to do Madge's. Isn't that
I
the
would love
old
to see
lady?
Madness. Yeah, the 80-year-old.
Oh my gosh, Joanna.
Or
Because
Mags, whatever.
Mags, right, like not Madge,
Ooh,
Mags.
yes.
Because they say that she pretended to be super weak and then like came out and viciously like murdered the rest of them. And I'm like,
Mhm.
woo! Like, can you imagine? Like being in her
That would be
head?
sick. And she seems a little deranged. Yeah.
Oh, she's more than a little deranged. Like they said, no, like normal good people win the Hunger Games.
True.
Like you got to have a little bit of something to get you through. Except it sounds like maybe Annie. Like she might be actually a good person who won the Hunger Games, but she kind of won by accident.
Mm-hmm. Default,
Cuz
yeah.
yeah, they didn't mean to drown everyone. Like that was kind of an accident that
Mm-hmm.
happened and she just kind of won because she could
Mm-hmm.
swim. And they were
Yeah.
really angry about that happening, right? Like the Capitol people were mad that that's
Mm-hmm.
how it went down because it was boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think like all of there's so much potential.
Another district's extra mentor, that would be interesting.
Mhm.
The Dark Days would be a good book. That would be intriguing, like, when
Mhm.
the
The
original
Rebellion. Mhm.
rebellion, Beatty and Wyrus would be stuff like, you know, what would be kind of intriguing that I don't know if they would ever do, would be to go and do, the siblings from District 1 who won back to
Yes,
back.
concurrently.
Yeah.
Agreed.
To, like, have the first year, like, follow it was the brother that won first, right? So, like, follow the
I think
brother the
so, and
first
the sister,
year,
yeah.
whichever one, whoever won the
Yeah.
first year, follow that person, and then their experience the next year mentoring their sibling.
Mhm. That would be
That would
cool.
be crazy
I
because we've never really
think it
gotten
would be
career.
really interesting to get. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking as
Yeah.
well. The careers would be so interesting
Mhm.
to get their spot, but I guess Finnick would solve that as well.
He would, but I almost feel like he's a little bit of a different careers because, like, I feel like 1 and 2 just seem
Mhm.
like the more, like, careers, and
Yeah,
4 is just kind of, like, in there because they're, like, healthy
there.
and strong, like,
Yeah.
they're not quite the
Mhm.
same. I don't know,
I would
maybe that's just
agree
my
because he was so
perspective.
young.
Cashmere and Gloss,
Mhm.
yes. I knew they had weird names.
Mhm.
Do you know that the actor who plays Marvel in the Hunger Games movie is the son of Meg Ryan and, Dennis Quaid?
No?
Yeah.
Wait, that's the guy that is that the guy that's in, that's the guy that's in oh my gosh, what's the show about the superheroes? But they're anti-superheroes.
The Boys?
Homeland. Yes, The Boys. That's that isn't that him? He's Dennis Quaid and Meg
Jack
Ryan's son.
Quaid. Yeah, his
Jack
name's Jack
Quaid, hold on.
Quaid. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
in
it
quite
is.
a bit now.
100%. I forgot that.
Yeah, he's Marvel.
Oh my god. Totally forgot that.
Crazy. And
Yep.
the girl that plays Glimmer is, Little Sloane in Grey's Anatomy.
Oh my god. Need to look up all these people now.
I know, it's crazy to, like, look back and be like, "Oh my gosh, I remember that." That would be an interesting yeah, they
Yeah.
could make it a duology, be like the first one be their games and, like, the second one be him mentoring his sister. Because 'Cause I'm pretty sure he won first. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he did. I can't remember. They say back-to-back years, but I don't know if they say who came first. I think it would be interesting to have stories from a variety of significant time periods in the world to track how the games change over time. Yeah, because the games are so
Mm.
significantly different in the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, right? So, like, to see how different they were, because I feel like after, like, the 50th, they probably are fairly similar, but if we went back to, like, Mags's, they probably were way different because didn't they say she won, like, 59 years ago or something like that? Like, it was a really long time ago that she
Yeah,
won.
for Mags, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was, like,
Yeah.
59 or something like that.
Well, it must be because if she's, like, 80, then I
Yeah,
think the oldest you can do is 18, so it must have been
yeah, something like
ages ago,
that.
like, one of the first, like, before the first quarter cow.
Yeah, because I think the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is the 10th Hunger Games.
It's hard to believe that they started before Snow.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
they did.
They're in my mind, they're so intertwined.
I know, it's really interesting to think that someone else came up with them, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, before reading Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, I, like, very much connected him with them, but you'll
Mhm.
kind of see how he's so integral to them in this book.
Mhm.
I wonder if she'll write any more books. The new one isn't being promoted as the final book, so yeah, I
Probably.
think there'll be more. I really do. I just don't
Mhm.
see her leaving it because there's so much opportunity to do different things, unless maybe she wants to do something else. But has she
Mhm.
written anything else? I don't think so.
Not that I know of. I think
10?
because of the success of Songbirds, she'll keep going.
I think so. Yeah. So we have the 10th, the 74th, 75th, and
And
then
then we'll have the
his is the
50th.
50th. Yeah. And they are drastically different. Yeah, they are so different. Like you'll
Mhm.
see, I didn't expect them to be as different as they are, but
Okay.
you get a little bit of information into like what the earlier Hunger Games were like in this 10th one too, because they'll kind of talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
So it's really interesting to see how they're changed in this one. Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
I'm so glad. Oh, yes. I'm so excited. Oh, this is gonna be great. Okay, let's jump back into reading.
Okay.
Woohoo. Hello.
Hello.
What page are you on? Oh my gosh, I cried. I cried.
Oh, just hits. And even the morphling, I was like, you can start seeing it take shape that they're intentionally protecting.
Yeah.
PETA and Katniss. But so good.
I'm on
what page am I on?
306.
318.
Well, hopefully both of us finish on these next set of sprints. That's kind of what I'm hoping.
Yes, I think we will. I think we will. Oh my god. We flew through this one. Or maybe not. It's already 3 o'clock, damn.
Yeah, it's almost it's practically 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, it feels like it's like 4 hours a book, feels like.
That's faster than the last one. It took us 5 hours of the last sprints, right?
True. This one just is like, I'm just devouring this one even more.
Oh my gosh, Mags. Like, honestly, it's like, from the beginning, right? She's got no shot.
Yeah, 100%.
Still.
Oh, Mags. Oh my god. No. It was such a... I do love this I just love this book in general, but like where she's like getting to know Finnick and stuff, I really enjoy. And the three of them are just like chilling on the beach right now. And
oh, so sad. I really do like how in these books she doesn't like shy away from killing big characters,
Me too.
Because I feel like some do, and it like doesn't have the same emotional impact.
Yeah, I agree. And I like going into it that they're gonna die. And so I feel like the big, like obviously there's the huge kind of twist in this one in who survives. And then like in the book one, the first book that like both of them survive, but that feels like they killed so many, like killing Rue in the first book was them, like her pulling no punches.
I know. Because it's like you almost feel like, oh, they're going to find out a way to make him survive. And then they're like, nope.
Yeah, I know. Like you get both Katniss and PETA. That's it. that's right. Your gimme.
Which is like honestly shocking. Like you kind of feel like PETA's just going to get killed by someone else.
I know. And then just, what happens in book 3. And it's just, big death. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, what he does in book 3 is just evil.
Evil on multiple characters, multiple levels of evil. And never the character that I wanted.
No. Oh my gosh, Mags. Seriously, I like that one. It's just so hard. And she doesn't even like hesitate. She's like, okay, bye. I
know. She totally gets it. And like Finnick's heartbreak and saying that he can't carry her.
I know, he's just like,
I love Finnick. I love Finnick. He feels like such a dynamic character to me. Like he's got this facade clearly that has allowed him to do well in the games and like kind of navigate capital society sense. I feel like if there's another one, it's gonna be Finnick. Finnick is such a fan favorite too. Versus like a random unknown like other one. That would make sense to me.
I think it'd be really interesting if they don't even show Finnick's games, but they just show Finnick as after the games and like mentoring in Annie's season. Did Annie come after him? Was Annie his mentor, or did he mentor her? I can't remember.
He must have mentored her because I don't think she's older than him. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you don't have to get the age. It doesn't matter what age you like. He got called so young.
So Annie won the 70th Hunger Games.
And he was before that for sure, because he was 10 years ago in the 75th. Yeah. So he must have mentored her.
Yeah, he mentored her.
He would have been 50. Oh my God, yes. That's what we need. Finnick mentoring and falling in love with Annie. There it is.
Oh my God.
Surely that's it. Right.
Oh.
Again, if that's not it, we're going to write a strongly worded email to Suzanne.
Like, excuse me, I know that you have nothing better to do with your life, but please write this book for us.
Yeah. Or else.
She has some other books outside of the Hunger Games.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't really know. Gregor the Overlander. Okay. I'm reading it. Made it to 280. Let me see. Are you past me? I don't even remember what page I'm on. Close. You were so close to where I'm at. 46 pages of When the Moon Hatched. Nice. What time are we sprinting to? Honestly, whenever we finish Mockingjay, which will probably like another, I'm guessing another 5-ish hours would be my guess. I could be wrong, but that would kind of be like my anticipated length.
I would guess so as well. I think, what's the length of it? 12 hours. They're all the same length, it looks like, on audio at least.
Yeah, very, very close. I think like the first one's a little bit shorter than the second one, and then like the third one's a little bit longer than the second one. You know, like they just get barely longer, but not very much.
Which I do like when each one gets.
Which is actually kind of surprising. Like I feel like not a lot of authors have them be that consistent, but I do like it. I kind of like the like consistency of length.
Yeah, literally these ones. So this one's 391, book 2, book 3 is 390, in my editions at least.
Yeah. Yeah, they're super, super close.
What's longer?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're all super close in length. And then Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is the longest one out of all of them.
That one, but I literally just looked and now I forgot.
Like these are around 12 hours.
Yeah, 5
give or take a little bit. And then Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is around 16 hours.
I'm so excited.
It's definitely long.
So excited for new. Oh, this is so good.
I know.
I'm thinking with Mockingjay, I might participate via the chat for a little bit just to give my internet a break.
That's fine.
But we'll see. Because I'm going to see if I can get my brother-in-law to help me in some way.
It's not too bad. I mean, like obviously, if you can fix it, like that's awesome. Yeah. I know it's probably annoying for you, but it doesn't really bug me too much.
Okay, good.
Because like I've had times where it does that to me too. So. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
That's construction.
Oh God.
You're like jackhammering downstairs in the parking garage below me.
Oh, that sucks.
I know. Dang it. I was hoping they wouldn't because it's the weekend.
Yeah, really. Those are some committed workers.
Okay, I need to show you the picture of the kitties. Oh. It's pretty baby.
Oh, is this another reading companion?
Yes.
So cute.
Said, I keep dropping my book and scaring my calico cat.
Oh,
calico kitty. She's like stare and she's like, why are you dropping the book? Knock that off.
Oh my God, so cute.
I'm very tired. That's fair.
Fair if you're up till 5 a.m.
I know, right? I'm so glad that I finished at a reasonable time because like being sick, I think it would have gone over poorly. Is it super, super loud? Because it is so loud here.
It's like you can hear it, but it doesn't bother me.
Okay, because it is like obnoxiously loud here.
I imagine.
I am so irritated. You know what? Let's jump back to reading for a little bit and maybe they'll take a break like by the time we do the next one. Plus we're probably going to finish. This should be the last one. And so I'm just like, I have to get back to it.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, bye. So good. Sorry if I startled anyone. That was loud.
Woo! No, you're good. Oh,
what an ending.
How long ago did you finish?
Maybe like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Not long.
I'm always just a little behind you.
So good.
So good. Did you start the next book?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, just a little bit. I started listening to the audiobook a little bit.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Hey, I'm excited for Mockingjay.
Oh my gosh, me too. I feel like I'm going to pick up on more this time.
What one?
I'm like returning my loan to the library.
Oh, pick up a lot more. I don't know what I thought you said. I agree. I think so too.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so much like undercurrent as well about like the other books and stuff. So I really feel like.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Dude.
I think I'll enjoy it the most this read.
I am so sick. Do you think it'll be less loud upstairs in the bedroom? Yeah. I'm gonna like walk upstairs and see if it's like less loud because it is so loud down here. Like I know you're like, oh, it's not too. It is.
It's almost like a plane now. Okay, that sounds good. Oh Lord, we'll get a house tour.
Look at my house as I walk around.
Nice. Get a full tour. I know. I'm wondering if my internet will be better elsewhere, but I think it's just my bandwidth or whatever. My usage.
I feel like it's quieter, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Wherever you just walked.
Oh, much better. Okay. I'm in my bedroom now.
Oh, yeah, that's better. For sure.
Oh
my gosh. I feel like this ending is such a like motivator to go into book 3.
I honestly cannot imagine how it was for people on the read when all the books were not out. Like, I cannot even imagine that.
I know, me neither. That would have been absolutely brutal.
Right? Because these endings are not satisfying. Like, they are just cliffhangers so bad.
Oh, it's so true. Cliffhanger after cliffhanger.
Like, I don't even know I can't even think of another series that has cliffhangers quite this strong.
John Gwynn.
That's true. Yeah, his are pretty intense.
He's the worst.
The end of Ruin. I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yes, you are. I luckily read that when they were all released, but the ending to Hunger of the Gods, that's the second one. That was brutal.
I haven't read that series yet.
Oh shoot, I think we're lagging again. Okay, I think I might for the next couple of sprints just join via the chat and give my computer a break. Give my internet a break.
No, that's feel like it's lagging. I'm probably going to actually eat during the next sprint. So I'm going to turn off my video anyway because I am starving at this point.
Yeah, fair.
All I've had is a piece of toast and coffee, which I can live on coffee, let's be honest, but I shouldn't.
Oh yeah. But yeah, not probably the best, but possible. Right?
Okay, I'm with some other things I want to talk about from Ballad, and
sorry,
I make myself.
I'm so sorry.
We do appreciate it. It's gonna be so fun. What?
I know, I'm so excited. I know, that's why I'm like, I need my internet to be good for tomorrow. That's the one where I need to be actively on for. So let me give her a break during Mockingjay so that I could be full. And I'm also going to see if my brother-in-law will come tonight and just clear my cache maybe. I don't know. I don't know how this works.
I mean, it's not terrible. It's not horrible. I've definitely seen worse on live streams, but it's got I'm sure it's not fun for you.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a little lag with everything.
Every once in a while, you'll be talking just a little bit behind, and I can kind of tell. So I pause, let you finish, and then start my talk.
Yeah. I know, and I could tell when you're doing that, and then it's delayed, and then it's
At least you're
Good
not like
stuff.
cutting out. I remember doing a live show one time with someone and they just like kept like cutting out and in and out and in. I'm just like, oh,
That's it's hard. It does suck. It's a lot of internet for these things.
yeah. No, I'm really excited to see you read it tomorrow. Like I feel like I've never just like read a book with someone that I've already like, that
Mhm,
I've
mhm.
already read that I'm excited to see like what you think of it. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be so fun. Oh, it's almost
Oh,
9 p.m. That's true.
journey.
Germany's a long ways different. I had to get the audiobook on Hoopla so I can immersion read or the rest or I'll never finish. Dude, I do that when I get really tired. Especially like I'm obviously doing
Yeah,
it right now, but when I'm really tired, yeah.
yeah. I had to do it last night because I was getting so tired. The words blurring.
I know. And honestly, I feel like I can't pay attention quite as well as I used to. Like I used to have a better attention span and it has definitely gone downhill.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's jump into the next book. Obviously, you already have, but I am going to like turn off my camera so I can like eat and stuff because I always feel awkward eating in front of the camera. It's just a me
Fair.
thing. But then we will come back. Well, I'll come back. Are you going to
Yeah,
jump back on like after a few sprints or are you going to wait until tomorrow?
I'm gonna see if I can reset the because I can literally see like the band and how much I've been using. So I'm gonna see if I can reset it and I'll keep you posted. But for sure for a
Yeah.
few, and then I maybe like later tonight, like while we're finishing it, I'll jump back on.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
See you
Talk to you
then.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That felt like the longest sprint. Like, was that longer than the others? Did I miss something? I don't think it was, but for some reason, it felt really long. Welcome back, though. I was listening to a law audiobook on this one instead of like I was doing a little bit of both, but I was eating and and I made myself another cup of coffee because after I ate, I started crashing because I was tired. It's being sick. I got plenty. I didn't sleep very well last night because I'm sick. It's being sick. But now I need to go find where I am so I can tell you what page I'm on. Oh, where are we? Okay, I'm on page 82. And honestly, the scene with Finnick where he comes running out, he's like, Katniss, they're gonna leave me behind. They're not letting me come with you. And she's like trying to figure out a way to like keep him behind without making him feel bad is just the sweetest yet saddest thing ever. Where she's like, oh, yeah, Finnick, like you have to go practice with your trident. They made you a new one and you can't come until you practiced. I was like, Finnick. I love him so much. I love him so much. Like, oh, poor Finnick. If he wasn't so beautiful, you know? And then when Boggs is like joking back, I honestly feel like Boggs is such a great character. And I kind of remember him a little bit, right? But I feel like I don't remember him quite as much as as other characters. And I remember something that he does in the future, but I can't remember like everything. And I think he's a great character. Anyway, 48 pages of When the Moon Hatched. Nice. I hope you have to tell me if you do like it when you get done. That's exactly where I am. We're at the same spot for once. For one time ever. Oh, this reread has solidified that we need a Finnick book. I 100% agree. We need a Finnick book, or we need an Annie book where we're like seeing her love for Finnick. I could see either of those being good. But I'd prefer it to be a Finnick book, but I could see if it was an Annie book and we kind of see like how like she falls in love with him. Because like I love Peeta so much from Katniss's point of view, right? Like I feel like I love Peeta so much more from Katniss's point of view. And I would prefer Peeta from Katniss's point of view. Not that I wouldn't love Peeta's point of view. Like I obviously would love that too. But like you just like, I don't know, there's something about it from someone else's point of view. Like I could see it being really, really good from Annie's point of view, like how much he took care of her, like how much he helped her when she was like freaking out and having her like meltdowns and stuff, right? Because we know she did like her mental breaks and things, and like how he took care of her, the different ways he manipulated the game to try to like save her and stuff. Like I really think that would be really interesting as well, because he won so young, right? That they weren't too different in age, like a little bit, right? So like he was, because her games were 5 years after his, but he won when he was 14. So he was 19 and she was probably like, I don't know, 16, somewhere in there. So like they were so close to the same age and he was her mentor at that time. Like it's just kind of crazy. They just announced the quarter quell where I am in Catching Fire now in chapter 13. Oh, that one's so horrible. I love how Peeta's like the one who holds it together, and he's like, no, we need to train. We need to be careers. We need to figure this out. You guys can't be babies about it. And he's pretty much just like forcing Katniss and Haymitch to like actually function as adults. Yes. Yeah, right? Like to see how that devotion is and how much she depends on it, because this is just a guess, but I am guessing that she is very like dependent on him for like her emotional stability and stuff, because like he's kind of like her rock, right? That's what it seems like. And then once he gets her back, right, they both are so much healthier together. I just think that would be an interesting thing to see from either perspective. I'm good with, right? Because like Finnick having her to like be his person where he can be himself and not be like the gorgeous like when like victor of the games, who's the youngest victor and the most beautiful and all these things, right? And then to see like he can just be himself with her. Also curious what happened after the games when someone mentioned what he'd been through the last few years. Yeah, and how they talk about, like, Mags and Annie as his family, which makes me wonder what happened to his actual family, like, his blood family. Did they kill them too? Like, is this just a thing where they kill off the families of the victors because they're just, like, dead weight, I guess, is the terrible way of saying it, but they are just in the way of what the capital wants them to be and wants them to become because they are on their side, they're defending them and those things, right? Like those people are now his family because they can't get rid of the victors, but his actual family, is it because they tried to stop what they were doing to Finnick, right? How they were turning him pretty much into like a prostitute and all of these things. I don't know. It just like be really interesting to see all of that because like obviously he went through a ton with the capital, but he wasn't in the capital all the time, right? A lot of times he was back home in the district. He was only in the capital the majority of the time during the games, so that would be when all of like the terrible things would happen. Or is he so desirable that they would ship him back to the capital on a regular basis because of all like the demand for him? I don't know. Yeah. Mags volunteered for Annie. And like obviously she did it for Annie, but I'm sure she did it for Finnick too, right? Like I don't think Finnick could have functioned very well with Annie in there. You know, like because the plan, right, was to save Katniss. And there's absolutely no way Finnick would have put Katniss above Annie. So like they had to not have Annie in there. Yeah, like definitely not. There's absolutely no way he could have done that. That's why I'm so curious about Joanna's story. She specifically talks about how they've taken everything and everybody from her so they can't possibly hurt her further. I feel like hers and Haymitch's have really, really big potential for that because Haymitch also is that way, right? He has no family left and he has decided, obviously, never to let anyone into his life. How Katniss kind of says in Catching Fire that he's like specifically isolated himself intentionally and not allowed anyone to get close to him so that they have no leverage against him. And it kind of makes me feel like they had leverage before, they used it, and now he doesn't want to ever give them that again. And it makes me feel like that's how Joanna is too, is they used that leverage, they killed her family, and there's no one left for them to use, and she intentionally keeps it that way. So I feel like Haymitch and Joanna are very similar in that regard. I'm curious how long Haymitch has been with the rebellion. I bet for like the majority of time, honestly. And I think he's a really smart choice for them to pull in because of that, because he has no one, right? Like there's no one to threaten him with. If he gets caught, there's no one for them to take it out on, right? They're not going to go after his family. Him being involved in it isn't really going to have rippling effects onto other people. They're not putting anyone else in danger. He is the only victor from District 12, right? So him talking with a bunch of other people instead of like staying in his group is not unusual, right? Because he's the only one there is. And him like talking to people like Plutarch and other head people would make sense because, you know, he's trying to get in with them to try to help his like people. So I feel like he's actually so perfectly positioned for this. Plus, he's a drunk. No one takes him seriously. So I actually feel like he probably would have been one of the first for them to approach. Maybe not too terribly early because he's not quite as valuable as someone who's from a more like valuable district, right? Ones that make weapons and stuff like that, right? Those are more valuable districts. But I just think he's a really good asset because, again, he's not connected to anyone. He hates the capital with a passion because of what they have done to him. And no one takes him seriously and no one really pays that much attention to him because he's a drunk, right? Like he's kind of a joke to the capital. So I actually think he's kind of a perfect person for the rebellion to approach, because he also could like be a go-between between people as well, because he doesn't have people from his group that he would be sticking with exclusively. It makes so much sense for him to go around and like try to make connections with the other mentors and stuff a lot, because he's alone. So I don't know. I really think that he probably has been in there for a significant amount of time. I don't remember if they say it in this book, but maybe we'll find out in his book. Like maybe in his book, it'll talk about how he was brought into the rebellion. Maybe that's how his book will end, is with them approaching him about being part of the rebellion. That would be pretty interesting too. Like, because we know it's been going on for a really long time, because they mention it in Mockingjay, that I just bust that District 13 has been trying to get connections in the capital and in the districts for a very, very long time. And it's taken them years, right, to get to this point. So yeah, that would be kind of an interesting thing if right after his games and then all of his people are killed, and then like at the next games they start approaching him about it and he gets pulled in. That'd be kind of an interesting thing to explore too, like how that happened. Oh, I'm so excited for Tuesday. There's so many things that I want to know. Okay, let's do it. Let's read until 50 again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, my goodness. This book, I swear, this series, I cry every book. It's crazy how emotionally attached I am to this. So I am on page 166. They are just mounting the mission to go save PETA. I'm closing in on halfway through the book. Yeah, that was rough. Oh my gosh, it was fun though. Like, I feel like we're it's like this book is almost broken into two parts. It's like the beginning part where they're like in 13 and they're kind of prepping for all the stuff, and then the second part, right, where they are actually on their mission. We're not to that part yet, but this part at the beginning feels like a little bit slow at times. I want to read, but my husband came down to cook dinner, and anytime he's downstairs, it's nonstop jabbering, even when he doesn't need to be talking to me. That's so funny. Well, you know what? That's one of the benefits of doing immersion reading like I do, where I put on my headphones, because like my husband will still talk to me sometimes, but like it limits it a little bit. So yeah. I was not expecting you guys to still be on sprints by the time I woke up. Well, we're gonna be on for a while. Margaret did jump off because her internet was having issues and she was gonna try to fix that. But we are going to be on until we're done with this book. So going to be at least 2 more hours. I would guess probably like 2.5 more hours ish to finish this. So it's still going to be a while. We still have some time. You can join. You can continue with us. 45 pages. Nice. I'm on page 155. Took a break for a second, but things are heating up so much. I know. Once they send in the crew to rescue PETA, I feel like it's just like, it's just kind of like the catalyst that makes things go quickly after that. Sorry, I like had to plug in my computer because it was getting a little bit low on battery. But yeah, I love this book. I'm trying to like relax and think. I had coffee, so I'm a little bit amped up. Not too bad, but a little bit. I feel like it's not quite as exciting at this beginning part, right? I feel like because Katniss isn't completely involved in everything, right? She's very much on the periphery of it, and they're just kind of like using her as their symbol, which makes like this actually is a smart strategy because she is a little bit emotionally unstable and she's had a lot of injuries, and she is their like symbol of the rebellion. They don't want to risk her. But we are only following her. So it is like a little bit like we're not really involved in things. And when we weren't involved in things when she was in the games, it's a little bit different, right? Because we still have these things going on. But when we're not involved in things, but we're just like living in 13, it kind of has a little bit more of a slower feel to me, in my opinion. It is honestly like, but like I said, now it's going to pick up. She's going to be more involved in things, and the things that she's not involved in, where it's like very periphery to the way that the story goes from now on. And I have an issue with some of the things that happen, like to begin with, or from now on for different reasons, but I'll go over that like once we get to the end. But yeah, it does get a lot faster, and I feel like it's a lot easier to just like binge from now on. Obviously, I'm binging the whole thing anyway. My nose is super stuffy now, though, so I'm gonna have to like go and fix that during these breaks. Yeah, this up front is a little bit slow, but sets a good foundation. I agree. Like, again, I don't mind slow books. It's just kind of crazy because I feel like none of the other books have felt that way. Like it feels like we very much are moving quickly in the other ones, and they're so bingeable. Whereas I feel like the beginning of this book feels a lot less bingeable than the second half of it. And the other ones didn't feel that way for me. And this could be just like a personal opinion, but I really feel like the other two are so unputdownable. Whereas the first like half of this book, I am interested and I'm reading it, right? Like it's still good, but it's not quite the same. Like it doesn't like have that same hook. Yeah. And I think it's what maybe other people have the same feeling. It's just yeah. Uh, I can use the sprints to finish the midnight feast. Ended up playing It Takes Two with my partner after the sprint yesterday. Is this the Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen movie, or are we talking about something else? Because I do love that movie and I think it's absolutely adorable. I loved it so much growing up. I used to love the Mary Kate and Ashley movies growing up. I don't know if anyone else had that or that was just like my childhood, but I was obsessed with them. I thought that they were just like the coolest and I watched so many of their movies. It's kind of crazy to think that they don't do any acting anymore and they really just do like fashion stuff, which makes sense with like all the stuff they went through. But yeah, if it is that It Takes Two, with them, I that was one of my favorite of their movies was It Takes Two. I thought I loved that one. What other one? Billboard Dad. I love that one too. Oh my gosh, there's so many. There's so many. Right? Oh, that was like my childhood. Oh, Switching Goals. I loved that one. That one was so much fun. Which other one? I'm like trying to think of other ones that I really liked. The one where they were like really young and out on a ranch. I don't know if anyone else remembers that one. But I remember that one. Or like when they were like the Christmas one where they got kidnapped. Oh man, good times. Ugh. But yeah. Um I don't really have too much to talk about in this stuff that happened. I do think it's kind of impressive how 13 like New York Minute. Yes, that is a good one. Or Passport to Paris, When in Rome. Yeah, I think I might have had an obsession as a child. Does anyone else remember that commercial that would like go with all of their movies too, where they were like reading the books and they'd always be like, Mary Kate, Brad Pitt's on the phone for you. And she's like, just a minute. I just like need to know what happens next. And it's like, Mary Kate, we need to get ready for the Oscars. And then finally she gets it and she's like, okay, I'm ready. And she's like, I can't now. I'm reading. And it's like advertising their own books. That was funny. It's a PlayStation game where you're a couple that's turned into dolls and you have to work together to turn back into people. He's been bugging me to play for months. Okay, well, I just went on a really long tangent about something that was like completely unrelated then. Oh, that was so much fun though. I remember that as a child. Ugh, throwbacks. But I still live her. I honestly feel like she is in such denial about how much she loves that boy. I mean, no one can blame her. I love him. He is the sweetest thing. Oh, I hate what the Capitol does to him. Like, honestly, that is the worst. That's like the worst thing that they do in this book is that they change PETA. And I love him. He's just the best. Like, it, on I just feel so bad for him because he's so kind and he's so good. And that's what they try to take away is like his kindness and his goodness, right? And it's just not fair because he's like the only person that's genuinely like, I mean, Prim is too, right? But I feel like Peta is just like such a good person. And they're like, you know what? We're going to take that. We're not going to kill him. We're going to take his goodness and make him like try to make him into like the rest of us. And that I know like they're doing it intentionally for Katniss, but I don't like it. I love him. He's my favorite. Okay, I need to go blow my nose. I am dying just a little bit from lack of oxygen, but let's read until 50. We should be like a good chunk into it by the time we get back. We should be into the part where they're like going into the city by then. So I'll see you then. Hello. We are back. Oh, hello, Ashley. I just joined. I'm reading Breathless by Amy McCulloch, hoping to finish before bed. Nice. Welcome to the sprints that have been going all day. I think I need to say goodnight. It's past 11 p.m. for me. I'm getting really tired. Yes, I'm sure it gets pretty tiring in like Europe at the same time zone as us. So fair enough. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I am currently on page 248. I have made a good chunk. Yes. Look at us go. I feel like we really have like the same reading speed. That's so funny. It's going well. So we are currently at the point where Katniss and Joanna are like training to try to be able to be sent to the capital to fight. And like, while I get their desire to want to go and fight and to like get the capital back, I feel like if you're thinking of it in the terms of like, I want to be in with like the general infantry, like they do realize that those people are not actually going to be like getting to Snow, right? Like that's not what they're going to be doing. They're going to be like taking out the city blocks. I don't know. Maybe they just want to be doing something, and that's fair enough. But it doesn't really seem like Joanna has that quite as much. It feels like she more like would like to just take out the big people. And my brother-in-law, sister, and niece just showed up, so hoping he'll look at my internet, but we'll slow my pace a bit. That's fine. We're gonna this is gonna be finished by the end of tonight, and we're not gonna start the next book until tomorrow anyway, so it's not a huge deal what time you finish. I read 7%, which I'm happy about on my Kindle. It says 1 hour and 44 minutes left in my book. Nice. Feels like they almost just need something to focus on. That's fair. I do see that. I do think that what they decide to do with them is probably the smartest thing, right? Because they are really valuable as like spokespeople or just like figureheads for people to look to, people that are familiar, that they trust. And so I think what they do end up doing, like putting them into that group where they like film promos with them, is probably the smartest thing to do with them. I think it would be kind of a waste to put them in general infantry because of like how recognizable they are and how few people from the actual districts are that way. You know, like most of the people that were in any kind of leadership or that the different districts would recognize between each other are people from the capital. And pretty much the only people that would be recognizable between districts are victors, right? So you don't really want to like waste your victors because you'll need people to like help bring the districts together once you have a unified government, I would think. I joined last night and I joined again maybe 30 minutes ago. I'm about 230 pages into Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. It's super interesting. Oh, I really enjoy that one. I think it's super fascinating to see what happens because we know where it ends up eventually, but we don't like 100% know how we get there, right? And so this is just kind of like an interesting way to see how Snow started. And it's definitely different than I would have thought reading the Hunger Games, right? I wouldn't have thought his starting point was necessarily what it was when you see Snow later in the Hunger Games. My reading was so disjointed this sprint. My partner keeps showing me memes of dads and babies because we recently decided to try for kids. Oh, well, congratulations. And I hope that goes well, but I'm sure that is very distracting for you. You're like, honey, I'm trying to read. I love that I'm on the Hunger Games sprints, having owned all the books, but never read them. You need to read them. Okay, the movies are good, though. I will say that the Hunger Games movies are really good, and they actually did a pretty good job of the adaptations. Like, for some book-to-movie adaptations, I'm like, oh, you have to read the books. But these ones, like, I can see, like, if you just watch the movies, because they are actually fairly true to the books for adaptations. I think that the books are better, but I feel that way about pretty much all adaptations, honestly. And of course, there's like different things that you get in the books that you don't get in the movies. But I actually think that those are really good adaptations. And I think that like their casting is good. I think that the different really important scenes and aspects of it, they do a really good job at. I'm hoping to read the books or at least start the series. I think you should. Again, I feel like there's some like emotional things that are a little bit stronger in the books. I feel like there's different characters that have a more prominent role in the books. Again, I really love the adaptations, but I'm always going to be biased towards the book versions of things. I just think that there's so much you can put into books that you can't quite get into movies because they are so much shorter and you have to condense it. And you're not like hearing what's going on in the heads of the characters. You can just see what's happening externally. So kind of like Margaret and I were talking about earlier, how she was saying like Katniss in the movies seems like a lot more like flat, like she's not really giving any kind of emotions at times. You can see why she's doing that in the book, right? You can hear her thoughts behind it. And it kind of gives a little bit more to her character, in my opinion, and why she decides to do the things that she does. So yeah, I really like the adaptations, but I definitely think that Katniss's character has a lot more depth to her in the books, and you really kind of understand her a little bit better. And she's just like definitely a more nuanced character in the books than she is in the movies, in my opinion. I think the movies are one of the best adaptations. Yeah, like they're great. My husband is watching them for the first time. Oh, that's crazy. Ugh. But the books are always better. Yeah, like you can just fit so much more into the books, right? Like you just can't fit all of that into the movies. It's impossible. They're so much shorter, and again, you don't have that same perspective as you do in the books. There are actually some things that they added to the movie that isn't in the books that I found interesting. Like I think the part of having Seneca Crane be a much more prominent figure in the movies and not in the books is kind of interesting. And I really like how it ended with like the Nightlock berries and stuff. I thought that was really interesting. And it was a really cool addition. And having like Seneca Crane have those discussions with Snow and talk about those things. Like, I actually thought that those were really interesting additions that they put into the movies, and I liked that a lot. And of course, we don't get those in the book because we're reading from Katniss's perspective, and Katniss is in the Hunger Games and is obviously not privy to any of those discussions. Books are definitely better, but some moments are so intense on screen. I feel like the part when like Peeta gets electrocuted and Katniss is like crying over him is really impactful in the movie. Because like you see it in the book and like it's really emotional, but like I feel like seeing it in the movie is super, super intense. I think Jennifer Lawrence does a great job in that part. I think that Rue's death is something that they really make intense on the screen as well. And I think the Tracker Jacker Venom is very like it's easier to get across in visual format than in the book. Like obviously I think she does a good job of it in the book and she describes it really well, but like being able to actually like kind of visualize it is a little bit of a different experience, and I think that they do a really good job with that in the movies. But yeah, I agree. I think they're great adaptations. I don't picture anything when reading. So for me, watching the movie or series finally usually works for me to just help understand my characters, sound, and look like. I agree. I don't see anything either. So I think it's kind of funny when people were talking about like, oh, the casting wasn't right for Katniss because of this and this. I'm like, well, I didn't really see that, so it was fine for me. I do sometimes like have things right where I'm like, okay, Peeta, like with Peeta, the casting, right? I was like, I felt like he was supposed to be bigger, right? Like that's kind of the vibes I got from him. Not that he was huge, right? But that he was kind of like stocky, like a like maybe like a wrestler build a little bit, right? Like he wasn't super tall. They said he was average height, but I feel like the actor was pretty short. Let me like Google his height because he seemed fairly short. And that might just be honestly though, because Jennifer Lawrence is so tall. I'm not positive. What was his name? Peeta actor. Josh Hutcherson. Wikipedia. Okay, let's see how tall he is. Okay, it's not on there. Josh Hutcherson height. Here it is. He's 5'5". That is not the average height for a man. I think that's, like, the average height for a woman. So, yeah. And Jennifer Lawrence is 5'9", which is above the average height for a woman, and she was supposed to be, like, a little bit small. Like, like, obviously, I'm not picturing her, but in the book, she's described as just being this little girl, right? Which, like, it doesn't say that she's, like, short or anything, but she's not large, and Jennifer Lawrence is quite a bit bigger, and I do think that might be part of the reason why people who have only watched the movies picture her with Gale so much better is because the actor who plays Gale is, like, quite a bit bigger, and they, like, fit together physically better, um, in the way that they describe it in the books, right? Like, I think he fits it a little bit better. He might be a little bit taller, like, because he's 6'3" or something. He might be a little bit taller than Peeta was described, but Peeta was described as, like, being, like, strong build, average height, like, and that's just, like, not the vibe the actor gave out. And if you burn, we burn with you burn if we burn, you burn with us. Yes, I agree. I honestly think that Jennifer Lawrence delivered so many of those really impactful lines so well. Like, she did an amazing job with them. Again, I think she was a great actress based on, like, her acting prowess for that role, and I don't think that her size is really noticed at all except when she's with Peeta, and I'm like, she's just so much bigger than him, and it doesn't give that feeling of, like, Peeta, like, being strong, because when you're like, "Oh, the careers wanted him, like, he's really strong, like, all these things," I'm like, this actor does not give that at all. Like, even if he was that short, if they would've like, if he would've been, like, stronger looking a little bit, but he wasn't, he was just so little. The end of Mockingjay with Katniss and Buttercup in the book is moving, but in the movie, it's burned into my brain. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, again, like, they do a really good job of executing these really, like, emotional parts of it, and I like that a lot. Like, they honestly, some of the best adaptations of books. I actually think they're really well. Yes. Um, yeah. No, I think his acting in the role was great. I think it was spot on. I just think he didn't give the vibe that I imagined from Peeta. Yeah. Yeah, he's quite short. Um And again, I really noticed it the most when he was with Jennifer Lawrence, and I think that's probably just because she's on the taller end for a woman and he's on the shorter end for a man, and doesn't matter, like, necessarily, right? It just doesn't quite have the same vibes, and so it kinda, like, threw me off a little bit, which, eh. Okay, let's go ahead, jump back in, read till 50 again. I feel like I'll be, like, closing it in the end, probably have, like, maybe 50 pages, maybe, like, a little bit over 50 pages by the end of this one. Fingers crossed. Okay, hello everyone. Oh, I hate it every time. Honestly, when I feel like Finnick's death is the worst. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh, it's horrible. It's so bad. Honestly, it's rough. I'm on 324. So I will definitely finish in the next sprints. I'll probably start Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes just for however long is left of the sprint, and then be done with reading it for the night. I'm not gonna keep reading it, but yeah, I think I'll probably just read it to have something. It'll probably be maybe 10 minutes or so. So just so I have something to keep reading while we're doing this. Wow, this has been such a long day. These are gonna be 10-hour long sprints. Whew. Oh my goodness. I read 9% that time and it's hitting that exciting twist ending. Yes. I'm so excited. Hi friends, feeling a bit better today. Good. I am so glad. So catching up on some admin, finishing this Poison Heart, and I gave it 5 stars. Good. I'm on 205 of Catching Fire now. Wow, sorry. Apparently my brain is not functioning at full capacity right now, but nice. Making some progress. Had to stop for a while for dinner, but go back in as soon as possible afterwards. I read while I was eating my lunch. I have taken no breaks. It's a little bit crazy, honestly. I feel like this has just been a day of straight reading. Obviously, I mean, y'all have been here with me while we've been reading. And we've just been reading all day. 10 hours. We're going to be reading for 10 hours straight. That's insane. That's crazy. Those of you who have been with me for these entire sprints, I am so impressed. And very grateful for you because this has been so much fun. I've been actually having so much fun with this. I know, right? 10 hours. I'm not even really able to completely think super straight right now, which is crazy because I do these 48-hour readathons, but I do have breaks between the sprints. And usually at that time, I'll do something take a bath or go for a walk or something to kind of give myself a little bit of change of scenery, change of pace. My husband and I watched an episode of X-Files while we ate. That's fair. Give your brain a little bit of a break, a little bit of different thing going on. I have to get some housework done, so I popped in my audiobook listening to Pride and Prejudice. Oh my gosh. Did you see that? Oh, this is exactly what I was going to say. They're putting the movie back in theaters for the 20th anniversary, so it gives me an excuse to reread it. Yes, I saw that they're going to do that in theaters again. And I am so excited for that. I would absolutely love to go to it. I'm really hoping that I don't have anything going on that day and I'm able to do it because it's going to be so amazing. It is one of my favorite movies. It's one that I can just rewatch over and over again, and it just feels so comforting, and I love it. I think that the casting in it is so perfect. It is one of my favorite casts of all time. I've watched other editions of Pride and Prejudice, and I just feel like the Keira Knightley version is my favorite. I think it's so well done. I know that some people really love the BBC version, but I don't really like some of the casting of it, honestly. It kind of just doesn't seem to fit quite right in my brain. And there is a possibility that it's because I watched the Keira Knightley version before it, but that wasn't I've seen other editions of Pride and Prejudice before that. I don't think that was my first one I ever saw. So, and I read the book before I watched the movie too. So I don't know. I read nothing that sprint, Margaret. No, because you have to read Ballad tomorrow. You have to. You absolutely have to read this tomorrow. That's not even a choice. That's okay. You'll have time in the morning because I think sprints start at noon your time tomorrow, so you can finish Mockingjay in the morning. My goal is to somehow make it through the rest of Catching Fire and all of Mockingjay in time to join for Ballad of Songbirds 6 tomorrow. I bet you can finish Catching Fire pretty easily this evening. What did you say you were at in it? 2:05. Yeah. You should be able to finish Catching Fire this evening. And then, like I said, the sprints tomorrow start a little bit later. So you could either like stay up all really late to finish Mockingjay tonight and then sleep in tomorrow, or wake up early tomorrow to read Mockingjay, whichever you like. Some people are morning people. I am not. I would definitely choose to stay up late and finish it. But if you are like a morning person more, then you could get up early because, yeah, tomorrow's sprints start at 10 o'clock Mountain Time. Or like noon Eastern time. So whichever you are at. Yeah, they're a little bit later because we're just reading one book tomorrow instead of two. Since I started doing immersion reading with the audio, it has sped up tremendously. It really helps with me when I'm doing like these really long binges because it helps me to focus. I struggle with focusing when I'm reading this much in a row. I honestly struggle with focusing a lot anyway, but it really helps me when I'm doing these binges because my brain will start to wander, but the audiobook is still going. Like I'm still listening to that so I can still keep going. I watched Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes last night. That is such a good movie. Again, I do like the book better. I think that a big part of it is like being in Snow's head. It's so fascinating, I think, and it's something that you, of course, don't necessarily get in the movies. That's one thing that I really, really love about the book. It just is captivating. You almost can't stop reading because it's so messed up. But I do really think that the casting was great on that one. I love Rachel Zegler in it. I think she is actually a great actress, and her singing is just so gorgeous. It's beautiful. I know that she gets a lot of hate. I feel like it's pretty forced, honestly, but I really like her, honestly. And I think she did a great job in that role. I should have just done it for the Hunger Games too, so I wouldn't have been up till 5 a.m. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, you definitely should have. I do it all the time when I'm staying up late reading. It's kind of hard for me to focus. I feel like I'm so anxious with school and everything I have going on that it's really hard for me to focus on like literally anything, whether it's school or reading or like anything at all. And so having the immersion reading to like kind of force me to focus is really nice for me. And it really helps me to like actually be able to get through books. I don't think I would be able to do like half the amount of reading that I do without immersion reading, especially on my 48-hour readathons. Those of you who have joined with me for like my Patreons who've joined for those readathons, I immersion read almost exclusively in those readathons. There's sometimes that I don't, but almost exclusively I immersion read because I am reading so much and I would not be able to focus otherwise. I haven't seen the movie since this is my first time reading Ballad, but I literally can't picture anyone other than Rachel Zegler. She really is actually. Again, I don't picture people in my head, but I do kind of like when they cast someone, I'll think back to the descriptions, and it's kind of like in my head, like when I'm looking at the casting, I'm like, ooh, that doesn't feel right. But like she was perfect. And that character does do a lot of singing in the book. I think some people were kind of confused about like, they're like, is this a musical? And I'm like, no, but that character singing is actually really important and prominent in the book. So having her sing in it is like an important part. And her voice is just like, it's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. Yeah, she really was. I think that she's so perfect for it. And like, I hope that she continues to get cast in roles. Like, I know that she's gotten some really big parts like West Side Story and then The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And then, but Snow White, I know so many people have had like negative reactions to that. So I'm hoping that doesn't like hamper her from being cast in other things because I think she is like actually so good. Okay, this is it. I'm finishing Hunger Games trilogy right now. We're going to sprint and then I'll only read Songbirds and Snakes as much as I have left of the readathon. I will see you back at 50. Okay. That ending is rough. I cried a bit, and I'm not gonna lie, crying when I already am, like, sick and congested, not helpful. Actually highly unhelpful. But I have finished Mockingjay. I really did not read very much of this. It was like maybe a couple minutes. Um, but oh, this book is devastating. Okay, so I struggle with Mockingjay because it feels like what Katniss did and was pointless. And it feels like what she did was pointless and she had no plan. And it's like she wanted to go in and kill Snow, which is fair, right? But like she had no way to get to him, right? Like there was no way she was getting in the palace. Like she had no way to actually be able to get to him. Like he's the most secured person. And it felt like she got those people killed for no reason, particularly Finnick. And that's what I struggle with so much about this book is it really felt like he didn't have to die. And like I do understand that she's been through a lot. She's extremely traumatized. She's never been in the situation to have to make really smart decisions. She's young, like right, like she's not any kind of like battle commander by any means. But like what I'm sorry, as like the rest of her group, I probably wouldn't have followed her. Right? I'm like, do you have a plan to get in and get him, right? Because like getting to the palace is not the hard part. It's getting into the palace and killing him that's the hard part. And so it just felt like that whole mission, we were just like knowing she was going to fail and watching these people we love die. And so I really don't love that aspect of it. I like the ending. I know that that's like a controversial like point is the ending of her having kids with PETA. I really like that cuz she makes it so clear that the reason she doesn't want children is because she doesn't want them to have to go into the Hunger Games. And wow, I just blanked. And then she has that option later because the Hunger Games are no longer a thing, so she can have children. And I don't know, I do love that because it's not that she doesn't ever want to be a mother, it's that she doesn't want to watch her children go into the Hunger Games. And so I really actually do love that she's able to like get to a point where she feels safe and secure enough to have children with PETA. So I do like that. But I know that some people don't. Okay. Let me see. Finally home. Kind of looks like streams might be done soon. Like, yes, they have been going on for about 10 hours at this point. So I definitely am going to need a little bit of a break. But yes, it's been a day. The book is devastating, but the pacing just doesn't feel as solid as 1 and 2. I completely agree on that one. It definitely is like a slower kind of build up with really interesting things, right? Like I do enjoy those parts, but it doesn't quite feel the same. And then even the part where they're like running and trying to get through, it feels fairly rushed. And I understand why, because they're doing it so quickly, but it's kind of like they just like it rushes through it a bit. And the ending feels a little rushed too. Not super mad about it, but I agree. The pacing is just not quite as good as the other ones. Still really good. And I do feel like the ending is still super emotionally impactful. Particularly, I think the part where for me, when she like gets sent back to District 12 by herself, like they just used her and used her and used her. And then just like, okay, bye. And sent her back to District 12. Like that, it's just horrible. It's horrendous. It's absolutely like I can't even imagine treating someone that way after everything you put her through. And then she finds the cat. Oh, that part just gets me every time. Like every time, that's like one of the worst parts. I can't take it. At least we know that Haymitch isn't going to die at the end of this next book, but I'm suspecting Suzanne's going to make us cry in some way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because Haymitch says that they kill his girl and his family because of the stunt he pulled in the arena, and then they use him as an example to other victors to not step out of line. So it's going to be devastating. Ugh, it's going to be so rough. Still have 50 pages to go. Got back on track with the last rinse. Okay, you got time. You got plenty of time. Yeah, exactly. Like, she is young. She has no training. She doesn't make smart decisions frequently, right? Like, this is not uncommon for her. She's very impulsive and she does things that aren't necessarily the brightest. Like, that is very Katniss. That's not unusual for her. My part is like everyone just following her into this when they know they're not going to get into the palace. Like, how are they ever going to get into the palace? You know? Like, even their raid that they did, they had like tons of technology to get in there, and the palace like let them get in. It just like, I don't know. It's that these people are like, okay, let's go ahead and do this, and like most of them die, and it just really was for nothing. I'm listening to The Yield by Tara June Winch. Very good book, but needs concentration. That's kind of hard when you're not feeling well. It feels so meandering, like we're just killing time until the big ending. Yeah, it definitely has a lot of that to it. And it's kind of like we have to get what is going on in the other districts and kind of that information without really being a huge part of them, because again, Katniss isn't a huge part of what's happening in the actual rebellion. She's like the face of the rebellion, and she goes in a couple times, right? Like into 2 and into 8, but she's not a huge part of it. So they kind of need to try to like insert us into it and move us along through this rebellion without actually being part of it. So I think that might be a little bit difficult to do. How many 17, 8-year-olds can make proper plans? I think the way it played out was on purpose, as brutal it was to have to watch. No, I actually 100% agree. Like, Katniss is not good at this. Like, she's not. They all know this is the thing. Like, they know she's not. And I don't know. Maybe they go along because they know she's going to do it anyway. But I'm like, I wouldn't have. I would have been like, nah, you're never going to get into the palace. Like, you're just not going to. Let's make a plan first. I don't know. I think the ending fits the characters and the series. I agree. I really like the ending, and it really fits the series with like how Katniss is completely just like used by the people and then discarded, and they just don't care about her anymore, and they just want her out of the way. They don't want to have to deal with her. She's just a problem, and so they just get rid of her. I agree. 7%. Also, I'm so happy I was right in the twist, but not the reason why. I have 25 minutes left in my book now. I can't wait to see the resolution of it. Oh, I'm sorry that I stopped you a little bit early. You'll have to finish right afterwards. All the best plans Katniss involved in were created by others with more experience than her. When it comes down to having to come up with her own plans for the most dangerous thing. Yeah. Oh, whoops. She'll be trying the full trilogy. It feels very natural for her to not have a plan. The others following her, to me, feels more like they have nothing better to do. They can't go back. They know they're facing a high chance of dying. That's fair. I can see they figure like if they go back, they're not going to live. I get that. So they kind of figure they might as well see if she can pull it off, because ultimately a big piece would need to happen. I see that. I definitely can see them deciding to go because they think that if they go back, they'll die. And like, I can get that. But it still feels just so pointless. And even Katniss herself admits that, where she's like, I got these people killed for nothing. And I'm like, yes, you did. Finnick, he has a baby that he will never see because he followed you into this. Oh, I don't know. It feels so sad. But again, Suzanne likes to devastate us, so I get that. I wonder if there'll be more in the world after Haymitch. I really think there will be. It is a bit contrived at times, but I can see and appreciate what Collins was trying to do. Yeah, right? Like, it's that contrived bit where you're like, it doesn't really make sense that this is the way that we went with it. But, like, I can see where you're coming for too. Like, she wanted Katniss to do these things like this. It feels very in character for Katniss, right? And I think that's the point where you're like, yeah, I can definitely see Katniss doing this. But like Finnick following her when he has a baby on the way and a wife back home, like that just feels out of character for him for me. But maybe not. Maybe he really felt like this is what he needed to do to give his child a better world or something. Like that's possible too. It felt like they were quite confident they were going to win. They just didn't know how many casualties they would take before that happened. Like even at the end where Katniss was still determined to strike out and get into the palace, like the rebels were already there. Like they beat her. And so it's like again, it's in character for her and I think in character for Gale to go with her. But the rest of them I don't know, it seems a little bit strange, but anyway, one of the things that I feel is a little bit I is them voting on the Hunger Games and Katniss and Haymitch voting to do them. And part of me is like, I just can't imagine Katniss voting yes in favor of it because of how she talked about like valuing life, especially in District 2 when they were trying to crack the nut, right? When she was saying like they might be like fighting for the capital, but a lot of them maybe like they're forced to or like whatever it is. She's like, it's like think about what it would be like if this was our people back in 12. Like, we don't want to do this to anyone. And so it feels out of character for her to vote yes in favor of the Hunger Games at the end. And then you kind of notice that Haymitch doesn't completely vote. He goes with what Katniss votes for. So I kind of wonder if he feels like he owes her, like that. It seems really strange to me. And so I'm just like, it doesn't really make sense. And part of me wonders whether she was doing it as kind of like a test of Coin to see whether she really would do it or not. I don't know. But it just strikes me as very out of character for her for everything that she's done leading up to this, because she's never been in favor of like this killing of the innocent children. And again, even if it's Coin's Snow's granddaughter, she's innocent. Oh, one thing I do like in the books or in the movies is they make Snow's granddaughter a character in the book, right? So we actually kind of know her. So yeah, I think that is so strange. And it makes me really wonder why that happened. It also makes me kind of wonder whether that actually did end up happening, because then Coin was assassinated, right? Did that change because the lady from 8 took over and became president? Because I wouldn't see the lady from 8 doing it. Like, did they actually end up doing those? Like, I don't know. Oh, yep. That's what I was wondering, right? Like, did they actually end up doing those? Because part of me thinks they did not end up doing them because they're not mentioned after she kills Coin. But I don't know. I'm very curious. I wonder if Suzanne has ever mentioned that. I would like to kind of look it up. Yeah, right? Katniss even says a few pages later, like, how many battles will we fought in the backs of children right after voting yes? It makes no sense to me. Right, exactly. So it makes me feel like there was more to that vote for her. Like she was testing Coin to see if Coin would really do it, to see if Coin was really as bad as Snow, to help make her decision for killing Coin. I don't know. Like, I do understand why Coin proposed it. Right. It shows how she's also a twisted, brutal leader, not actually that much better than Snow. Right, exactly. So it's like, yeah, right. I think all of them feel right besides Katniss's vote. And I feel like Haymitch voted with Katniss. He did not necessarily vote in favor of the games because he wanted the games. He supported Katniss because he felt like he owed her that, is kind of what I got from it, is like he felt he owed Katniss his support. And so he voted the same as her, not because he actually voted in favor of the games. I think that Enobaria voting yes is completely within character. I think Joanna voting yes is probably more a little, like, if you would have waited several months and then asked her, she might have voted different, honestly, is my opinion. I think Joanna is very impulsive and she has a lot of pent up, like, anger about so many things that I really do think that if you would have given her a little more time, she probably would have voted differently. But she's like, I mean, fair enough. Girl went through it. So yeah, I think hers was maybe a little bit would have changed if she would have gotten a little bit more space from it. Yeah. I never thought about it that way. That makes so much more sense that she'd be testing coin. That's what I'm thinking. That's the only explanation I can think of. Yeah, exactly. Joanna voting yes to the point makes sense. I get her vote. Yeah, right. Again, gave me your story, please. Right, exactly. Like, I feel like Joanna really just like wants to punish so many people for everything that she's been through. And like, I get that. But again, I do think that Joanna is a better person ultimately. And if she wasn't like in a point where she was so angry, if she'd maybe have a little bit more time to like get herself into a better place. And maybe not, like maybe she never would because she went through so much. Like not just her games, right? The games alone are enough. But then after her games, all of her family was obviously killed. And then she had to go into the games again. And then she was captured and tortured. And she couldn't like recover from it, and she had to watch her friends go off to fight, and she was the only one stuck behind. Like, girl went through it. So really, I don't even know if Joanna is like mentally sane at this point, and I really could not blame her either way. She has had it as bad or worse than like anyone else in this, like her and Peta, right? Like it's been pretty bad for them because Peta also lost his entire family. He lost his leg. He was like literally brainwashed to the extreme. Like this isn't even normal brainwashing. Like it was crazy what these people went through. Like I don't even know how any of these people are functioning. Like how are any of them functioning? Like I do those morphlings, how Joanna was like, they have it right. I'm like, right? Right? Like, how are any of you like able to even like mentally like be people anymore? It's crazy. Yeah, agreed. I 100% agree. The fact that she's not just completely drugged out all the time is so incredibly impressive. Like I almost feel like I cannot ever judge Joanna for like anything ever again because I would not even be functioning at this point. There's no way I would have survived that. Like, girl is a beast. Yes, it's so tough. Like, she's amazing. Peta is amazing. The fact that he can go through everything he went through and then vote no and be so passionate about it. And then he goes home and he like plants primroses for Katniss and he takes care of her and loves her. I'm like, no one in this world deserved Peta. Peta was like too good for everyone in this world. Gosh, I love him so much. I saw someone say that they both lost what they said they never wanted to lose the night before their first Hunger Games. Katniss lost Prim and Peter lost himself. That's horrible, but so true. Oh my gosh. The thing is, though, like, I feel like Peta lost himself, but like he's that good that he got himself back. Like, I don't think anyone but Peta could have come back from that. Like, he's just such a good person, like, naturally, right? Like, he just is good. Oh, that is so sad. We even see her sinking a little bit into addiction before she and Katniss decide to go to Capitol. Oh, yeah. I bet she, like, this is just speculation, and I hope, like, obviously I hope not. I want Joanna to be happy, but I would guess that she goes back to it. That would be my guess. Unless she can, like, find something that will give her purpose. Joanna either needs purpose or she's going to be, like, a morphling. I don't see any other way for her. Right? Oh my gosh. Because she comes out, she's like, he's planting roses, and she's all mad. And then she's like, they're primroses. I'm like, oh my gosh, could he be more perfect? Like we see her at the tipping point and she still manages to come back from the precipice and maintain her strength and sense of self. I love drawing it. Right? Like, I really hope she does find a purpose. Because, like, again, I agree with you. I think she needs something to be really passionate about, or she's not going to be able to, like, avoid that. And, like, I think she could. Like, I think she could find something to, like, bring her passion again. I just, like, I don't know. I don't know what it would be, right? 'Cause she has no family. Katniss was, like, her only friend. She has no one that she loves at that point. And Katniss wasn't even that, like, great of a friend, right? Like, she kind of was, but, like, Katniss was trying to survive on her own at that point, too. Yeah. I feel like Joanna needed to find something. I hope Annie did okay. She had the baby, so maybe that gives her purpose, right? Ugh. Right? Forced proximity would make it friendship. It's so true. Oh my gosh. They don't even mention what happened to her family, right? I don't remember it in the books. No, they don't. They just mention that she has nobody that she loved, and then they say that she's really had, like, a rough time. So I'm assuming that they were killed by the Capitol. Or maybe she was an orphan before she got raped. You never really know. But it kind of makes it seem like they were killed. Because she says, they can't do anything to me. I don't have anyone else I don't have anyone that I love. Right. So she has that bitterness to her that makes it sound like she used to have people that she loved and they are gone. So that it would be my guess is that they were killed probably along the lines of Haymitch's. Probably not because of what she did in the games, though, because her games seemed like they were really entertaining and she followed the rules, right? But I would guess it's most likely because of what she did after the games, like refusing to play along, refusing to be, like, sold to people in the Capitol, or refusing to play their games. Or maybe she made a choice as a mentor that they didn't like, and that's what happened, right? I just feel like she had to have done something after her games that led to this, because it really sounded like people were very impressed with her in her games, and what she did was within the rules. So I would doubt it's because of anything she did in her actual games, but that's just my guess. Whew, okay, this has been so fun. Tomorrow we are going to be reading The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. We're going to start at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, noon Eastern Time. Oh, in my head, Joanna found some new passion that helped her get her aggression and kept some versions. You know, maybe she started, like, training people in, like, combat or something. Like, maybe she, like, led troops or something. I could see her doing that. Oh, okay, I will see you all tomorrow. I'm gonna go probably have some dinner and, like, do something that is a little active, walk around, you know, be up and about since I've been sitting around all day. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.